Oh, I forgot my own model. I forgot my own model. Whoopsie doodle. I am doing this very seat of my pants. I am very professional. Apologies, apologies, apologies. We will be here in a moment. We'll be here in a moment. I cannot believe I took that time to check my redeems, but I didn't remember the part where I have to turn on my model. Vbridger is running. Tohu, no. The answer is no, and you're about to see how much so. You're about to see how much so. Okay, I think we should be good now. There we go. I mean, because, two reasons. And hold on, I need to do something very quickly. This is just a matter of fixing something that VTS does that's a little bit silly. Oh, hold on. Weird. 4 million dead ibises. True. We did have the many dead ibises. It says it's connected to... There we go, that's what I was looking for. And hello, Emo Biscuits. There are two reasons. One is because it's there, and the other is because I need to be resting my right hand. I need to be resting my right hand, because I have a bit of a repetitive stress injury, so I am trying to, and my options were to just not really do things that required my right hand, not really do any hand cams, or do left hand cams, right? Like it was, and, you know, in the contest between gaming and doing something that's incredibly difficult and silly, you know me, I'm gonna choose the difficult thing. I gotta. I just simply gotta. That's just how the brain works. That is just how the the sick and twisted mind of Almantas operates. But how are folks doing? I did get a little bit of an earlier start today, which I am happy about. So you appreciate the decision? That's good. Sorry, something interesting happening here. Alright, well. I don't really have a lot of updates on what to say since my last stream. I basically streamed until I got very tired, and then I went to bed and set up some medical appointments and cooked and read a bit. I read, let me think. I was reading EVGA, and I was reading The French Enlightenment and Its Others, which are both pretty good. I read a pretty interesting philosophy article about philosophy, I should say, because it was from Nos, which is not strictly speaking a philosophy website. It is not strictly speaking for philosophy. It is for philosophers, and it was one of those articles that was kind of more interesting for what it wasn't than what it was. And what it wasn't was good. And we can talk about it later. Hello, Sir Alm. We're about to see in a moment. We're about to flip over to the other screen in a moment. It's been an exciting journey, to be honest. I actually have been enjoying it quite a bit. I may as well go over, right? Like, why not? Why not? This is why. Alm. Always kind of reminds me of a professor I've had. You've never taught lit in Virginia? I have not. I have spent time in Virginia, but I never taught literature, and I have never... I never held a position in Virginia. I am a northern boy. I am a northern boy through and through. It's actually alright at the moment. I am... Oh, crap. Hold up. There's ink in there that I didn't think was in there. Crap. Well, now I've got a blue thumb. I say got a... Okay, I want to be going this way. I was going the wrong way. Alright, so a little bit of wasted Asuga. Did not find the Amairo. So now I've got a nice blue thumb all stream. I might be able to wash off some of it, but I don't really care right now. But... Yes, the part about this that has been kind of the most fun was the realization that mirror writing was kind of easier than writing in an appropriate left-handed way. So I don't know how much I'm going to start off with calligraphy. I may just open up with doing a little bit of writing. Yeah, there was a philosophy article kind of making the rounds. Well, it's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me. About it's a good shade of blue for your hands. Yeah. Still not quite my tempo. Hello, Screwcast. Hello. Oh, hold on. Yeah, Tim Shellshow was literally just talking with Rinnies about this while I was warming up. How do you say good, NB? You've been a very good girl, Tim Shellshow. There we go. Was that appropriate? Was that fine? And how are you doing? How are folks doing? The name is Nevers. Is it? I mean, I don't know. It's good to call people by their name. Most people appreciate it. Have to take in your car? No. Always grateful that that my amount of time I have to spend on cars is very low these days. Yeah, the thing about they're all I'm saying about fine motor control. I think fine motor control is one of the few things it's one of the few things I truly feel confident with. I say as I make some easy mistakes. I think it might be good to do a couple of... Oh, geez. That's crazy, Tim Shelf Show. That's pretty impressive. Let's start off with just some straight lines. Seeing Sheepy has reminded me that this is good. Always stuck wondering if you can say it in Swedish. Usually people say that when they learn multiple languages, they get better at their base language. Which is how I feel. I feel like my time learning Japanese has made me better with English. Maybe it has to be a different enough language. How is the light? I feel like this lighting is a bad angle. Let me fool around a little bit here. I have a better ring light than this one. I have a more like complete ring light, but I don't have enough mount points to actually use it. Yeah, I've got a repetitive stress injury in my fingers in here, so I'm really just immobilizing it so I stop using my hand so much. I kinda just think I need some more rest. I think in a couple of days I should be fine. It's okay. It's okay. Hazard of the job, right? And that means that everybody gets to watch me learn a new skill. Yeah, it's these it's the tendons in here. Woohoo, okay, I'm maybe not as healed as I thought. That was spicy. Yeah, that was spicy. Indirectly learning German, Danish, and Norwegian while I'm at... Jeez. Isn't your first language French? Yeah, maybe I need a little bit more time than I thought, but... Well... Okay, so... Clockwise... It's doing a little bit better. Not actively learning those other three. Jeez, Pete's. My second language is Japanese, which I'm not very good at, and I'm working on recovering, because it is, as I like to say, the prestige language for VTubers. And I genuinely don't think that there is anything else like it. Right? Like, I sometimes hear that Korean's a little bit similar, but like I don't think they have enough vocabulary overlap for that to actually be helpful. Oh, I was like, English might be the most foreign language to English. I was like, what? What does that mean? Yeah, Japanese. The distance between Japanese and English is enormous. There might be some other languages that are like more so. Japanese does have an advantage for English speakers in that it doesn't have many sounds that English doesn't have. Admittedly, English does tend to have a pretty large number of sounds in it overall, but there are languages that do have quite a few sounds that English doesn't use. Famously, any click language, right? The R is the t and the r is definitely a thing. Ryu is a little bit tricky. Yeah, no, that's actually a kind of interesting one. And English doesn't even have the most. If you Hindi related languages have more. Hindi and Sanskritic languages, I should say, have a distinction between ta and ta. They actually have four ta sounds, which is four th sounds. It's pretty. It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. So that's quite a bit trickier. And, you know, English speakers are kind of spoiled because we use a lot of sounds, right? We use a lot of sounds. The rolled R's is a big one. Strong feelings about writing mathematical symbols. A couple. I really dislike that in small, when you're in early parts of school, which I don't know if this is true in other countries, that we learn to do multiplication with this symbol. I really dislike that. All right, Emo Biscuit, please have a good night. Please don't lose track of your car. This bothers me quite a bit. This bothers me quite a bit because later on, this becomes a double problem. First of all, because once you get into using Leibnizian algebra, you start using a symbol that looks like this as a variable. So first of all, obnoxious right there. And second, eventually you start using it later on to mean cross product. It's a special type of multiplication that is not the standard multiplication. So it's wrong twice. You learn that this is wrong for you twice. It's very obnoxious. That one I've got fairly strong feelings about. I don't really... I prefer the international method of writing long numbers to the French method. Right, so this is the international method. Writing numbers backwards, heck yeah. Hold on. Literally struggling to remember which direction 3s go in. For my point. Right, so if you're in most of the world, this is how you do it, right? you know, 1, comma 2, 3, 4, comma 5, 6, 7. But then if you're in Europe, you do it the French style. And it's ultimately kind of arbitrary, right? It doesn't really matter. And the French style at least has kind of the advantage that you're using the comma separators more using the period separators more frequently, and the comma separators are technically longer to write. But I grew up with the comma separators, and the only all the international places I've been have used comma separator over the period separator. It's really just the Europeans sticking to their guns on that one. And I do just kind of wish that we would kind of settle on it. Literally went over some business documents earlier today where we got people confused about it. Because we weren't actually sure if this company was talking to European investors or talking to Japanese investors. So, you know, literally got confused about it today. So that one I don't particularly like. Big fan of E. Big fan of scientific notation. I'm a big fan of scientific notation. I'm a big fan of most calculus notation. I ultimately side on the Leibnizian one, but I think almost everybody does because the Newtonian notation is only really useful at the very beginning, and once you start doing anything complicated, you pretty much just end up having to use Leibnizian notation. I'm not really a big fan of the series notation. I find the series notation kind of cluttered and ugly. But also, I don't know. I mean, I was a person who got into calculus really easy. I liked calculus. I was not good at calculus. I want to be clear here. I was not good at calculus. This is not a case of like a person being good at a skill and then thinking that everybody should be good at the skill. I was pretty bad at the skill, but it's a skill that turned out to be really useful. So even if you're bad at it. So that was, I don't know, that's one I think about quite a bit. Let's see. This was an exercise that Sheepy wanted me doing. Lines. Trying to look only at the endpoint and not at any of the middle points. I think I did okay there. Got a little bit off camera. I think I might need to rotate the camera a little bit. Oh wait, no, that's a very unproductive rotation. It's a bad rotation. Let's see, maybe I can rotate myself a little bit and get a better angle. I have not. I'm actually very bad with music, JD. There's a reason why we've never put like karaoke as a stream category, or why I've never had like a song cover as a release, despite that being like a very VTuber thing to do. I'm not very good with music. I'm really not. And I did not learn how to write you know, my clefs. Never learned how to write them. And I'm very sorry to hear that, Sir All. That's tragic. That is tragic. Let's get the ring light out of the way a little bit. And let's try that again. Couple more circles. Trying to focus more of my energy into my fingertips. Literally looking at my fingers while I do this. Oh, I think that's actually kind of better. Baka Mitai, the Yakuza meme song. People have said that. I don't really actually know the lyrics to it. It doesn't actually hit me very... I didn't play the Yakuza series, so it doesn't really hit me very hard. I probably think of Baka Mitai as more the Australian VTuber. Than I do the song. I do think a lot about the song Party Time by the Northern Boys. Actually, any Northern Boys song I think about quite a bit. Anything by Norman Payne. Let's just, I do like KPH. I do like KPH, but I think Norman Payne's kind of, no. A little bit more my energy. Can't remember lyrics I don't understand to begin with. Understandable. Understandable. Just where no one wants to hear me sing. I live in intense fear of disappointing people. And so, singing in front of people, which is, you know, I'm pretty tone deaf, right? Have to always remember that. I'm pretty tone deaf. So singing in front of people is very not cool to me. Yeah, it does seem like a... Including the self-awareness. Music in college in a month. Good for him. Good for him. I do have siblings who are musical. I just didn't receive that particular talent. And so it goes, you know? Could not afford a trombone. It is crazy to me how expensive instruments get. And there's part of my brain that doesn't want to believe that brass instruments are as expensive as they are. like there's something in my brain that causes me to think that like, oh yeah, it makes sense that like a not trumpet, that a cello or a violin costs like thousands of dollars, but like something in my brain is just like a trumpet or a trombone should be cheap, right? I have genuinely no idea why I believe this. Maybe I just don't respect metal crafting as much as I respect wood crafting. I don't know. Yeah, like there's something about that revolts in my brain. I want to believe a cheap one is like $50. Which is just not true. Okay, my handwriting is actually kind of better after doing a little bit of a warm-up, but I might need to do a little bit more. I don't really get why it's so expensive. I'm like I said, something in my brain just kind of revolts against it. Let me. Mm. Mm. W's are a trick for me. I know that back in the day, like way back in the day, right, like early 1900s, I was talking with not a professor about this. I was talking with Nap about this. That the bad P. You need to not write P's like that. I learned how to write P's like that once when I was in like 3rd grade, and I think I always decided it sucked, so I stopped doing it. But here we are. But I know that way back in the day, you couldn't distribute recordings of music, right? In like the early 1900s. Like the Maple Leaf Rag, for example, I know was distributed as sheet music. And so that means if you wanted to listen to the Maple Leaf Rag, you and your friends had to have the instruments available, which in the case of the Maple Leaf Rag isn't very much. It's a piano. Which, I mean, a piano is expensive, but you just have to have one piano as opposed to a whole bunch of things. But if you want to listen to other music, you needed to just get together and play it on a bunch of different instruments, which implies that people of all sorts of classes all had, you know, fiddles and stuff like that. Had fiddles and trumpets and stuff like that. And, like, I don't know if they were just if they become comparatively more expensive as a result of like the professions dying out in question, or if it's been some other factor. I think I should do a little bit more line drills. That's 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, brass is expensive in itself. So it's a precision thing. But were they less precise in the past? Were they less precise in the past, or did people have like a more of a tolerance, and people just had like more of a tolerance for things kind of sounding off? That's what I'm kind of wondering about. But again, I have no sensibility about this because I've never worked in instrument manufacturing. I guess I could like talk to some actual historians about it. $20 hose, a funnel for $2, and a mouthpiece for $50, and you got an English horn. All right, all right. I guess the English are as bad at music as they are at cooking. Which I know is not remotely reasonable. That was a dumb joke. That was a dumb joke, but let's get over here. Okay. I'll do the rest of this line, and I think I will fiddle around with the calligraphy markers again, assuming they cooperate with me today. I do have... I will probably be able to do some non-marker calligraphy at some point, but... music professor come to a master class, and he explains that trombones basically only wind instruments that stayed the same for over 200 years. Interesting. I thought the trombone was a brass instrument. I didn't think it was considered a wind instrument. I don't know. I don't know though. I don't know what I'm talking about. Hello, Psycho Kitten. It's going okay. It's going okay. It appears that I do lose a significant amount of the skill when I'm not warmed up. And so it takes a moment to get warmed up. Also, I spilled some ink on my finger already. And Sir Alm is here schooling me on very basic elements of instrumentation. Of musical instrumentation, because I am very ignorant. Even my brief foray into attempting to understand like I knew what I had any familiarity with the subject has rendered me foolish. I am a deeply non-musical person. I am a profoundly non-musical person. Woodwinds are things like flutes and clarinets. I was taught that there's string, woodwind, brass, and percussion. Saxophones are woodwinds when the director is speaking to the brass, and brass when the director is speaking to the woods. Sounds like a very frustrating time for everyone involved. Hello Sharktooth. Hello Sharktooth 801. I have not seen Whiplash. Just wouldn't practice stuff. I mean, I have known some people who went pro in music, and the answers don't go pro in music. They all became programmers. Or accountants. I have heard that it is anxiety-inducing. I have heard that. Let's get... Not you. But... Not you. Where's the third one? Let's see about this. Okay, so the pen's not dead. It just kind of dried out a little bit while I was streaming last night. Okay. Still very behind on my ability to use the marker backwards. It's still challenging, but enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Let's see. Pretty bad. We can work with this. My angle's a little bit too high. Angle's too high for Gothic. It's supposed to be like a 30-degree angle, right? It's not supposed to be anywhere near 45. It's supposed to be like a 30-degree angle. Okay, how's a Q look? How's a Q look? Tricky. You can see I'm not hitting my marks at all. That's much better. But it's not worth it unless I can do it consistently, right? That's pretty good. Whew. Whew, already feeling it in the elbow. Already feeling it in the elbow. And we haven't even gotten to ad break number 1. I'm not pacing myself at all tonight. Let's go. Lots of yapping. I mean, it's not the yapping that's hurting my elbow, right? It's the non-yapping that's hurting the elbow. If I yapped harder. If I yapped harder, I'd be slowing my roll a little bit here. There's a part of me that finds it really exciting to work on a new skill. You think the original is better? I found it weird to watch people play the remake. It felt like they were playing a very... Because I didn't play the original until last fall, right? I played the original last fall, around the time the remake came out. I didn't really time it super on purpose. I just kind of... You know, I played Signalis on stream, and then I played Silent Hill, which was amazing. And then I played Silent Hill 1 and 2. And I don't like the idea of them remaking the first one, because genuinely, I think the first one is... I don't think there's any way in which I prefer the second one to the first one. And a lot of it comes down to the graphics. A lot of it comes down to the fact that I think this first one's... the first one on those PSX graphics, I think, looked way cooler and way more interesting than what they pulled off in Silent Hill 2. I know it's a rare opinion, but I'm standing by it. And I... Oh, never like X's in this script. Forward or backwards. I don't like them. Hello, Gaia Govania VT. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. I'm actually kind of curious about something here. I'm actually kind of curious. OBS source. What is it? Rotate source. Interesting. Source. Oh, there's flip source. Okay. Okay. I can set up a thing to flip the camera. To flip the camera pretty easily. I might set it up during the ad break, which we're about to go into, so that people can see. Because like I think that you guys are all just having a stroke looking at this. And the way that I'm flipping it is not super good. right? I'm doing it with a bunch of right-clicking. Hello, dipshitiot. Hello, dipshitiot. So, like, yeah, this is flipped. I'm still amazed that I managed to make that, like, remotely legible. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. But hello, dip_shitiot. What a great name. Everybody has fun with that name. We'll finish this M, and then we're going to go to ads. Let's cap the marker so it doesn't dry out too badly. Okay, we're going to ads. I will maybe get some of this ink off of my hands. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to get a little bit of water, and we'll be back in a minute. All right, I'm back. I was fiddling with the redeems to try to make them do something new. Try to make a new redeem on the fly. So, and I put on a sweater, and I almost immediately regret it. Almost immediately. Took very little time for me to look at what I'm doing and go, "Hoo boy, I'm going to be overheated very quickly." Oh. Oh. Interesting. Okay, hold on. There we go. That is a good reminder. Yeah, I see what I did wrong. But it's easy to fix. That's an easy one to fix. Or not. Interesting. Well, there's a bad fix for that. I can do a bad fix for that one. I'll do the bad fix while I'm thinking about it. Hold on. Source. No. Dang it. Doing things with my right hand is very tricky right now. Set source visibility. No. No, none of those. Set source state, no. Audio track, no. Filter state. There might be a better way to do this with filters. Filters. Audio filters. It's not useful at all. Effect filters. I'll just have to do this. Later. Okay, I know how to do this with the move source. I'm just not going to do it right now. I'm just going to have to hope people don't flip the camera too frequently. But as you can see, currently backwards. P's have been giving me trouble. Backwards P's have been giving me trouble. And backwards S's have been giving me a lot of trouble. Backwards S's have been real murder for me. As you can see, I did not manage to get very much ink off of my hands. I do not have any pets. I am petless. I bluntly think I am not responsible enough. I don't think I would be a good pet owner. At the end of the day, I just kind of think it would be something I'd be bad at. I've worked with pets a lot, is the amusing thing, right? I've worked a lot with pets. A lot with animals. I have had pets before. I don't feel like I was that bad with them, but also I kind of feel like I'm more of a mess than I used to be, if I'm being totally honest. So, yeah, well, and particularly like the way that I live a very small and frugal life. And it's very difficult to figure out how I could even make that work if I wanted to. I'm assuming that Gao is your pet, but I don't know what type of pet it is, and I'm so used to that being the sound that is used for Japanese bears that I'm just imagining a literal bear. Which I don't think is what you mean. These are cats. So, part of the reason why I've been very hesitant about getting a pet is actually my veganism. That very few pets are going to thrive on a vegan diet. And I would feel, I know from experience, I would feel horrendously guilty about all of the chickens and turkeys and such that go into feeding a cat. So that is... So, you know, one of my favorite animals to work with when I worked with animals and had pets in the past was ferrets. I love ferrets. But, like, they're obligate carnivores, and I would feel really hideous about all of the, again, you know, the chickens and turkeys and whatnot that don't get to have such good lives. Okay, this has been the hardest letter for me to write so far. We've hit the hardest letter. I need to, like, actually think really hard. Here. D. D. How do I do a D backwards? Part of me is tempted to just write a D with my right hand and then just, like... So I've got an exemplar. And... The... Oh, my head. So, like, another animal that I have worked with fairly frequently that would have no trouble with this diet would be a rabbit. But I actually don't like being around rabbits that much. If I'm completely honest. And maybe it's because of the circumstance in which I encountered rabbits. Hello, Draconian Man. Hello, hello, hello. I do like rats. I do like rats. Rabbits, are just... I just feel bad for rabbits. I just feel bad for rabbits. They're so anxious. I don't even know, JD. I don't even know. I don't even know. I do like rats. I do like rats as critters to hang around. Rats are sweet little beans. Yeah, how you doing, Draconian Man? I should probably put some sort of indicator so that people know which direction the text is going. Because again, this is actually flipped. This is actually flipped. This is my left hand. This is my right hand. And this might help make it more clear, right? I didn't print the lettering on this calligraphy marker. You know, I look at this, I see Edding 1255 3.5 calligraphy pen, made in Germany. Store horizontally. Wagerecht lagern. Right, but a Brittany dog. I don't know what a Brittany dog is. That D looks wrong. I think it's right. I think that is actually a correct D. I think I may have actually gotten it. I don't know. Gothic Ds never look right to me. A lot of New Yorkers love to have dogs, and it does feel like not the smartest thing to do. Bird hunting dogs, like 6-foot high fence is crazy. Crazy. Oh yeah, your right hand got better. Your right hand got better. I need to do periodic reminders for people. This is my normal handwriting over here. This is my normal handwriting. Yeah, I just made it flip. I just made it a toggle. I just made it a toggle. I am going to change something. It just occurred to me. I think I figured out how to do this. Edit, transform, positional alignment, center. Okay, hold on. And then transform center to screen. Okay. Now next time it shouldn't flip off of the screen like it did last time. It shouldn't flip off into the ether like it did the previous time. Yeah, usually right mirror. Yeah, usually right mirror. Yeah, how I have fallen. How I have fallen from grace. Draconian Man, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's just kind of focus on making sure I actually hit my marks. That's definitely been a weakness. She'd write mirrored as a child. Yeah, this is easy. This is easier, I think, in some ways. I think it's a cool trick, but it is kind of easier to write mirrored than it is to write correctly. It is very headache-inducing, I'm not gonna lie. It's headache-inducing in a way that I really enjoy, but it is headache-inducing. But it feels more correct for my hands. I think it's a slightly better X. Oh, right, cool. You did flip it in a way so that this is what I see. Let's come down here. Oh, that felt pretty good. I should also kind of ease up a little bit on myself on this, what I'm doing right now. Because the marker is definitely more limiting than an actual steel pen. Like, it kind of makes everything a little bit softer, which is not good, right? Which is not good for Gothic in particular. Like, it's very hard to get the kind of like sharp angles that I really want for this H. Let's go down here. Okay, that Z actually turned out pretty good, but also not very gothic looking. Also just good for the wrong script, right? Like not the script that I'm aiming for. Just kind of shot off in the wrong direction right there. stretch. Oh, that was good. That was good. I don't know quite what it is. There's moments where I can really just kind of focus and nail my lines really well. And then there's moments where I can't. Ooh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I did not think about that. I wasn't really even taught how to use a calculator. So I think I always used my calculator left-handed. I was very much taught in a schooling system where the mentality was that, like, you generally will not be allowed to use a calculator, right? The default is you don't get to use a calculator. So we kind of just use them haphazardly. And, you know, I'm thinking about it right now, and truthfully, I haven't actually used calculators that much in my life. Not because I haven't had to compute things, but because when I've had to compute things, I've pretty much always had to use a spreadsheet. And just stretching out my arm a little bit. I pretty much always have to do things on a spreadsheet. I pretty much never do things on a just like, I pretty much never just need like a number, right? I pretty much always need to come up with a formula. So if I do need to actually spend any amount of time doing math, I will have to like hand write out a couple of algebra equations, and do like some unit analysis by hand. And then figure out how to convert that into a Excel formula, right? That's whenever I actually have to do math, that's how I wind up doing it. If it's anything remotely complicated. Yeah, exactly. Calculator doesn't do much good if you don't know what you're writing, and I rarely find myself in situations where it's like I need to... It's not that I never do, right? It's just not super common that I need to know, like, what is 140 times 62, right? And in that case, like, a limiting factor on that, like, I'll end up using Google because of the limiting factor, like, what is the 140 doing in that equation? The 140 is the yen to USD conversion. That's the reason why I pulled that number out of... That's where I pulled that number out of. Yeah, now we have computers in our pockets. And again, like it's never the like core arithmetic that's the actual problem. That's never the problem. It's never the core arithmetic that's the problem. It's the algebra. It's the algebra and the logic that is the part that I actually have to like work out, and the calculator doesn't help me with that anyway. So you know, pack my box with 5 dozen liquor jugs. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. What's the next one? What's the next one? Amazingly few. There we go. It's gonna have to go on to the next line. Okay, remember 30 degrees. 30 degrees. The not advanced maths. Brutal. Yeah. That's really frustrating. That's really frustrating. I really hate that, to be honest. That actually just is really frustrating to me. Advanced mathematics is a thing of beauty. And I'm not even that good at math, right? I am not that good at math. I got through some pretty crude calculus and not much further. So I didn't do like any like really truly advanced math. But even just getting through calculus, I think, was a real life-changing experience. And I really kind of think everyone should have that opportunity. Because you see the world in a completely different way. Thank you, Sen. Thank you, Sen. I'm doing it in mirror script. This is mirror script that I'm working on. So it's a lot sloppier than my right-hand Gothic still, but it is an incredibly cool party trick. I cannot deny that this is going to be a very cool party trick when I get better at it. Ash. Theory of computation. Yeah, no, it's no. There's a thing I think about all the time with math, right? That they can't take it away from you, right? Like it's inside your head. If you die and go to hell, and there is an evil demon deceiving all of your senses, they won't be able to change how math works for you. Right, they'll be able to change what is a metal. They'll be able to change historical events on you. They'll be able to change what the sky looks like, but they will not be able to change math on you. That's understandable. That's understandable. Hold on a second. Hi, Jazzahol. I gotta loosen up the brace a little bit. How you doing, Jazzahol? In everyday life? I don't even know, man. What is everyday life? Do I look like a person who's got an everyday life to you? I would say I actually wind up using algebra and statistics on a really pretty much daily basis. Stuff like budgeting groceries, and counting calories. For a TTRPG event. What RPG? What RPG? I have hideous hipster opinions on RPGs. I was singing the praises of Wanderhome just the other day. I will admit that I don't. I dropped out of my RPG group slightly before becoming a VTuber, and oh, that's awesome. Hell yeah, Jazzahol. And VTubing fulfills largely the same itch for me. And I actually find it more satisfying overall to VTube than I ever did to do RPGs. Doing a hardcore deathmatch? Hell yeah. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that happens. I mean, the group I have, I think they would let me back in if I asked, because it's been an online only group for long before COVID. But for me, just like the urge to play a TTRPG. At this point, I really enjoy talking about them way more than I enjoy playing them. Oh, brutal. Yeah, I don't... okay. Wrist needs to breathe a little bit. wondering if I actually need to be compressing less than I have been. I wonder if I've been over-compressing. Which is possible. You know, that happens. And hello, Tiger. Did I say hello? I despise the combat in D&D, and I don't think the system does a lot else, so I don't have a lot of interest in it. Now my tricky one. Like I said, I've got horrible hipster opinions. I'm a total RPG hipster. And of course, I'm not even actually all that obscure. I'm just like, have you heard the word of our Lord and Savior Apocalypse World? Oh, Apocalypse World's great. I've done a lot of World of Darkness. And I ultimately just really don't like it. JD, for the specific problems that you have, even if you never play Apocalypse World, read the MC chapter in Apocalypse World, in the Apocalypse World rulebook. It'll change your life. It's a major feature of all of Vincent Baker's work, but it's especially obvious in Apocalypse World, that he is trying to make it so that being the GM is not functionally a punishment detail. Hello, Nanomancer. How you doing? How you doing? Let me get the shout-outs. Let me get the shout-out going for the Nanomancer. For the Mance who Nyans. Literal trolling. Cute. 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 I mean, yeah, yeah, JD, please read the Apocalypse World rulebook. There's actually something that I find always really kind of sick and disgusting, that I have played about 20 variations on Apocalypse World, and within those, Dungeon World is like by far the worst one. It's a real big drop between Dungeon World and like even like Transit. Transit's really good, actually. I really like Transit, but Transit has a lot of problems. Like, just literally didn't finish editing the rulebook problems. I love Apocalypse, to be honest. I love Apocalypse World. I am definitely though on the RP heavy side. Like if I don't want to do the RP heavy side of a system of playing a TTRPG, especially with the crew that I played with for like 20 years, like we would just rather play a video game, like or a war game, right? Like it was like we could just whip out a game of 40K. There are very few systems that I've really truly liked more than Apocalypse World. Firebrands being the big one. Firebrands I liked a lot more. I think I would probably put... okay. Yeah, I think my favorite is almost certainly Firebrands. I like Fiasco a lot. That's like my generic one. If you want me to play a generic system, I'm gonna say Fiasco. Suede. I don't know Suede. Yeah, Fiasco rocks. Savage Worlds. Okay. Savage Worlds. Okay. Savage Worlds I can recognize. Savage Worlds I'm capable of recognizing. That one, I see the name. Savage Garden. Hello, Erkvalors. Hello, Kirill. Something like that. A music nerd and haven't watched JoJo. I'm really afraid of what Niano's about to say. It's like, oh no, they're all different editions. Terrifying. Bruce Campbell. There's worse. I'll accept Bruce Campbell, I think. If it has disabled comments. I think it's roundabout. Oh, okay, the song. I was like, is it's like a TTRPG or something? Let's see, what have I got? There we go. That happens. That happens. The real problem is that in real life, I actually make DreamWorks face all the time. I do it all the time. One of the few things your parents have in common is prog rock. That's pretty funny. Despite the fact that I actually rather like prog rock, I still, at this point in my life, associate prog rock more with Thaddeus Venture than I do with the actual music. I say I like prog rock, but I'm actually just, in general, not enough of a music guy to, like, really substantiate that kind of claim. I just kind of like Dream Theater and King Crimson. Hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. Dream Theater is funny. Dream Theater is simultaneously good and funny. Octavarium is just a funny album. Octavarium is just a very funny album. Metropolis Dreams from a Memory is the album they're really famous for. And it's pretty good. That happens. That happens a lot, Blue. That's a very normal story for a person's musical tastes. Or their tastes in books or movies. Oh, Polyphia is amazing. I love Polyphia. I love Polyphia. The Venture Brothers prog rock bed is so good. It's so good. I love that Thaddeus Venture is a prog rock guy. I think it's so funny. It's so good. God, I should rewatch Venture Brothers. I'm mostly held back by the fact that I don't really like. I don't really like. It takes like a lot of. It takes like a weirdly large amount of energy for me to like watch things. Thrack. Yeah. The thing I think about with the thing I think about so much with Venture Brothers is the perfect man. The perfect man might be the character I think about the most. I'm just so slow at watching things. Like my watch alongs that I do on the Discord server is like all of the actual energy I have for sitting and watching things, as opposed to like reading or writing or exercising or cooking. Like those are much more my hobbies. Than passive entertainment. Convention in a bit more than a week. Good luck. Good luck. I am genuine after off Kai. I'm genuinely looking forward to not having to move very far. Oh, we're about to go into ads, and yes, Noise Marine, I'm writing backwards. I'm writing backwards. In case anybody's doubting that I'm writing backwards. That rolls, Jazzahal. This week, tomorrow, we're doing a movie night, and it's going to be Lola Run and Palm Springs, which I'm mostly doing because I needed a movie to pair with Palm Springs, because I really like Palm Springs. Palm Springs, so good. Palm Springs rules. Anyway, we're going to the wait screen. We're going to go to the fan art. Well, the ads play, so I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. And yeah, the sanding I imagine is going to take forever. I am reminded a lot that yeah, definitely get a respirator. Definitely get a good respirator. I reminded a lot that when it comes to blacksmithing, historical blacksmithing, finishing is actually one of the more time-demanding elements of it. Much more so than, like there's a pretty large percentage of all of the time that goes into making a sword. And I don't know where it is comparatively, because I didn't actually see numbers for it. I am thinking a lot about the numbers for making clothing. Where 80% of the labor that goes into clothing, that goes into making a piece of clothing, is spinning. Which means that for a peasant household, spinning is the single largest task that the household does. Like, it's so much. You spend so much time spinning. And so, like, I was thinking about, I was like, oh yeah, finishing could be like a similar thing, where finishing is taking up like 40+% of the time. Yeah, just how much, well, it's just like for a shirt. It's like 80% spinning, 10 to 15% weaving, and like 1 to 5% sewing. Like, it's crazy what the outlays are. Knitting produces a kind of different product, and I don't really know. I mean, knitting's like a late invention, right? What I'm kind of struck by is that the Romans didn't really do cutting and sewing. Hello, Rifter. Hello, Rifter. The Romans really didn't do cutting and sewing. They just kind of folded their cloth and pinned it. They did folding and pinning to make clothes fit. It just feels like it adds a lot of material demand. Like, I mean, the toga famously, right? The toga famously added an enormous amount of material. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, if you look at Bruegel's paintings, it'll jump out at you that these peasants, the men in particular, tend to be wearing very form-fitting clothing. Stolas tend to be neat too. Yep. And so this means that ruffles are specifically made to indicate that you can waste fabric, right? Like, that's the reason why pleats were invented. Pleats were invented to demonstrate that you can overspend, whereas like more form-fitting, tighter stuff was more of a and tightly tailored stuff. Because again, the weave, the spinning is by far the dominant thing. So if you can save spinning by adding sewing, that's good. That's a good trade. Hello, Vovern. Hello, Vovern. It's going okay. It's going okay. I am getting way better at mirror writing. I'm getting way better at mirror writing. Oh, what's? Oh, that was directed at Vovern. I was like, what did I do? It's like, Nano, you know how to reach me. You don't need to yell in public chat. I know you have to yell in public, but you're also at work. I mean, thank you, Noise Marine. Thank you. Thank you. Head is just hurting crazy from this. I'm mostly just... I shouldn't be using my right hand. I need to be letting my right hand get some rest. That doesn't actually hurt that bad to do that, but I can feel it. Yeah, I can feel that. In a way that I can't on this hand. So this is still tender. So my right hand needs to be getting rest, right? My right hand needs to be getting rest. So I didn't want to stop doing hand cams. That's what this is. I didn't want to stop doing hand cams, so I decided to try to learn how to write left-handed. And then it just turns out that mirror script is easier to do with my left hand and is also funny. That's really what it is. I want to be doing hand cams. I don't want to not hand cam, and mirror script is really funny. It's a weird thing. I mean, if somebody wants to fire off, I set up redeem to reverse it. Yep. Oh, you guys did it too fast. Okay, I understand that you both were trying to do it at the same time. I will do a free one. I'll give you guys a so yeah, like it's actually pretty legible. Uh Crazy, right? Like, I mean, it's interesting, right? I have a couple of things going for me. Like this is not uniformly yeah, I'm actually using my right hand. Yeah. I'm from the mirror universe. I'm just using my right. I'm using my right hand in the mirror universe. I was hoping that by Monday I will be back to normal. I don't know that that's actually true. That might be optimistic. There'd be the blue screen of death. It is definitely hurting my head right now. I'm not kidding you. It hurts my head. Probably 13th. I will admit that you guys are incredible at this. I'm so happy right now. Probably. I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, I know you weren't trying. I would if I was in your shoes, because I'm actually kind of an evil chatter. I did make it very cheap, so I'm not actually that bothered by the fact. I'm not actually bothered by the fact that people are wasting their points. Yeah, the lack of spaces. I'm not. I will say, Voverin, that I am mostly. I started from a couple of exemplars. I think this exemplar that I'm mostly working from is an English Book of Hours. And then I kind of adjust it like to my taste, to be honest. Like one of those things that you can tell that I am doing, Vover probably knows this, but other people might not know this, is these dots on the eyes are very anachronistic. And of course I'm using W's, right? I'm using W's. I've got a UV distinction that's also anachronistic. I'm using J, that's also anachronistic. Like, whatever. Yeah. I'm not trying. purely to replicate, in no small part because the people I'm copying were not, you know, they were kind of being creative on the fly as well. They were not being mechanical. Hello, Kari. Hello, Kari. It is genuinely giving me a headache. Like, no kidding. Like, ugh. Not in a bad way. I want to be clear here. This is just like when you're learning how to play QWOP or something like that. Right? I've just been like doing QWOP for like 10 hours out of the last 48. It will last like 30 is what is going on in my mind. So it's just whew. Let me give the shout out to Kari. Because Kari is one of my favorites. By the way, folks, if you're not familiar with the Left Hand of Darkness, check it out. Oh my goodness, Anonymous, thank you for the 3 months to Kari. Thank you for the 3 months to Kari. That's very, very kind of you. Yeah. That's very, very kind of you. And I appreciate it as well. This is, you know, this is a public service stream. It is supported by viewers like you. Left Hand of Darkness is good. You might get more out of it as an adult. It doesn't... I also think it's one of those books that has become more relevant with time. I think it's one of those books that's become more relevant in the 21st century than it was when it came out. And I think it's not my favorite book from that series. I need to remember what the name of the last book in the series is. I need to look this up again. I feel very dumb here. The Dispossessed. There, I didn't even have to get there. I didn't even have to get there. I had to think about it. Yeah, public broadcast service. Yeah. It's a public broadcast stream. What else would it be? I'm not doing... These aren't private streams. Legitimately giving myself a headache trying to remember how to write a capital S. Ooh. How do I do this? Oh, right, this is how it does. This is how it goes. Oh, that's not a good capital S, so it happens. Yeah, no, it's a very forward-thinking book. I'll admit that I was like genuinely never been actually all that satisfied with my P's. NECA made programming hours. I don't even know what that means. The things I don't know. The things I don't know. Yeah, my P this now a Q. Yeah, local man incapable of mining P's as well as Q's. True. Oh, that's what you mean, yeah. That's pretty crazy, Vovern. True. True. Just spend $150, $200, $3,000 on fountain pens. That'll solve your writing problems. What was your dad's fountain pen? Pilots are good. Pilots are good. I love pilots. Oh my goodness, Babinka Bear. Babinka Bear. Thank for the raid. People should check out, first of all, for the raiders, my name is Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Hello, George. Hello, hello, Babinka. Hello, Beeplebees. I'm pretty good at the rolling R's. I'm pretty good at the roll. What art were you working on? What art were you working on? For my people, you should check out Babinka Bear. Babinka Bear is very fun. She's honestly more committed to the educational streamer bit than I am. She's more of a mythology specialist than I am. She's done some very lovely lectures on Egyptian mythology. And she talks a lot about Filipina culture, about Philippine culture and food in particular. It's a quite lovely time. She also was indirectly responsible for one of the funniest things I've ever had happen in a raid, which was that I was with Reina Chapeau. Yes, I've tried to tell you about Babinka before. Reina Chapeau was on my channel, and Reina was being cagey about her ancestry, and I decided not to pry because that's the polite thing to do. And then I mentioned that Babinka is Philippine, and then Reina just starts shouting in Tagalog immediately. Immediately. For the raiders, I am Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, and currently I am anime online for money. I am an old man. I love old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. My right hand I have to rest. I have to rest my right hand. I just took it out of the brace to get it some air, but my right hand has to rest. So this is my left hand. This is my calligraphy on my left hand. I swear to God, I can prove my calligraphy is normally quite a bit better. This is my right hand handwriting. This is my right-hand handwriting. I swear it's better. It's 90% yapping about Simpsons. I mean, Simpsons truly never leaves us, right? Simpsons truly never leaves us. I don't have nearly as much to say about Pokemon, because my Pokemon experience is quite limited. But Simpsons, truly, the you know, Mr. Burns' post-electric play is a real prediction, I think, for the future. That's very sweet of you to say. It's very sweet of you to say. I am seeing so many mistakes. Also, Bardu Wolf, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. You going through Pokemon hell? My friend Alpine Allbench, who recently graduated, did an all regions Nuzlocke, and it took him like 4 months. It was brutal. Not literal Pokemon hell. That's technically a thing. Incredible. The Pokepain. Yeah, my Pokemon experience is I played Red on release, and I played Pokemon Snap, and Pokemon Snap did leave more of an impression on me. And I guess other than that, playing Pikachu in Smash Brothers, who is not remotely my main. Yeah, Babinka Bear is very much a Digimon person. Expanding your living decks. I feel like a lot of people are into Pokemon in this universe. That is to say, VTubers. I don't know. There are parts about Pokemon that I like as a design, but I'm not sure quite exactly why it was that I never quite really got into them. I guess part of it is that, like, when I'm trying to be entertained, I'm not very focused. You know, horrible ADHD. So it's like, well, you know, let's try to get more different things. The thing I like about Pokemon, relative to other RPG systems, is that I like how incredibly uneven the elements are. I like having like 15 different elements that all have different interactions. Hello, Has. Moderate, I'd say. Moderate, I would say. I am... Also, Babinky, you never told me what art you were doing. You never told me what art you were doing. Yes, you're doing Koju co-op. Yeah, you're doing the kaiju horror cooking. Coffee Moon. Okay, what's it about? What's it about? Because I tend to read a lot of schlocky romance manga. I'm currently on a downward trend. I'm not really reading any manga at the moment. Donnie Darko, if it was good. Okay, Has coming out swinging against Donnie Darko. I appreciate that. I'm just gonna go over to Manga Dex and see if it's there. Coffee Moon. My main manga reading when I am on a manga kick is schlocky romances. My favorite is probably Kaguya. I like my rom-coms. I will say a lot of romance mangas I've struggled to pay attention to. Once I've like read enough that like I like sometimes like the formulaicness of it really gets under my skin. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Keisa yurattemasu. Yurattemasu. Excellent. Yeah, that's the thing, Die Tigress, is like the rom-coms that I've been able to get really into, like, really do something for me, and then I'm just like chasing that high constantly. That's what happens to me, is that like there's a couple that like Kaguya, Nozaki-kun, Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun is wonderful. I still haven't watched Horimiya. Clara has been trying to get me to do Horimiya for a while. Oh, I've read Uzaki-chan up through chapter 100 something. I'm just not much of a tropes guy. Like that just like doesn't mean very much to me. Because I am like first and foremost, I think probably like in terms of fiction, I'm probably more an experimental fiction guy than anything else. Like I like Perek. I do know Wotakoi. I have read Wotakoi. I've read Wotakoi. I actually did like She Forgot Her Glasses. I liked 100 GFs a lot. I'm behind on 100 I'm behind on all of mine. On all the ones that are currently live. I'm behind on all the ones that are currently live. But I really like I did really like 100 GFs. Yeah, I mean Die Tigress is not even like it's not like a critique of you or anything like that. It's just like, oh, and hello, pregnant Adam Sandler. Hello. It's not like a critique of you by any stretch of the imagination. It's just like it feels like it doesn't really communicate the things that I'm trying to communicate. It's kind of like, how do I put this? Like, if I'm trying to describe the food I'm into, I will describe it much more in terms of flavors than in terms of textures or colors. And Tropes feels kind of like trying to communicate about food in terms of either, like, colors or textures, right? Like, it's you know, it's like, I like foods that are like acidic and spicy, and Tropes is kind of a language of being like foods that are crunchy or squishy, and it's kind of just like not communicating the things I'm trying to communicate. So it's there are very tropey things that I have read and I have loved. Again, Nozaki-kun. And then like, but like the things that I like about it are like perpendicular to what I really like. I do like to be surprised. I do like to be surprised. So like I really lost interest in Rent-A-Girlfriend a long time ago. Spoilers for Rent-A-Girlfriend. I'm about to spoil a major part of Rent-A-Girlfriend. I hope nobody cares about spoilers for Rent-A-Girlfriend. It kind of famously sucks. But if you are worried about that, brace for impact. Late in Rent-A-Girlfriend, it turns the guy just gets rejected. The guy just gets fully dumped. And I just think that rocks. Like, I just think that rocks. I'm not gonna lie. I just think it rocks. Like, hello, Pro Stoic. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I mean, this is the thing. Well, I mean, Blue. This is like mangas kind of continue until the audience gets bored. Mangas kind of continue until the audience gets bored. Yeah, Pro Stoic. I swear, my handwriting is usually better. Welcome in, but this is my usual handwriting. This is my usual handwriting. I swear I'm usually better than this. I have seen Call of the Night. I thought it was okay. I am really enjoying doing mirror writing. Mirror writing is actually really fun. It's hurting my head in a really fun way. For example, I'm trying to remember how the heck I write a J with my right hand. I need to not write things with my right hand, but okay, so it's going to look something like this. Let's get in here. Oh. Okay. Yep. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. Final Fantasy Tactics vibes? There is a Final Fantasy Tactics guy who looks exactly like me, and I didn't even know that he was in the game until I was playing around with Death Generator. I thought it was crazy. Let me pull up. Let me go over to Death Generator so I can tell you which one it is. Death Generator. The Death Generator. Oh, I had the Death Generator open. Tactics. There we go. Hold on. I may as well show this. If people know the Death Generator is extremely cool. The Death Generator is a very, very cool website. I make it smaller so it's not as ridiculous. Window grab. Oh, why is the window grab rotated like that? Okay, I understand why it's rotated like that, actually. And I flipped it. Flip horizontal. Okay, so Death Generator is a very cool website where you can make announcements in games that are designed to look like what's happening in the game. So this part drove me crazy. This guy This guy's just me. This wasn't intentional. That wasn't intentional. Sen didn't know about this guy. Oh, you're right. You're right. Sen did not know about this guy. So here's the whole, that's the FFT one. That's the FFT one. But yeah, Pro Stoic, it's super good. It's super good. Death Generator is really good. It's by Foon. Foon, if people don't know, Foon is just like the greatest person on the internet. Foon is the most amazing. Foon is a programmer who does all sorts of strange projects. The one that I think is this is probably their most famous and powerful project, but the project they did that is the funniest to me is they ran Doom on a pregnancy test. Yep. I've completely changed Pro Stoic's life. You've known me for you've known me for 5 minutes. I've completely changed your life. That rules. I feel great. I feel great. Yeah, where else are you supposed to run to? No, Foon, F-O-F-L-O-N-E. Oh, my goodness. Textual, thank you for this. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello, Textual. Hold on, let me give you the shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am a current VTuber. Ray Factor, thank you for the follow. Normally, yes, this is Lamey Safari. This is Lamey Safari. Normally, I do calligraphy or I paint miniatures. Today, I am also doing calligraphy, but I am having to rest my right hand because of a bit of a repetitive stress injury, so I am doing mirror scripts. This is my 3rd day writing with my left hand. Lay write that down. And you can see I'm making a lot of mistakes. Because I'm not used to mirror script at all, but I am finding it really fun. What were you writing? Or reading. It is reading or writing. But yes. I am actually kind of impressed with myself and my legibility. That said, this is my normal handwriting. This is the thing that I have on hand right now to demonstrate what my handwriting looks like with my right hand. This might be an even better example. This is a birthday letter I wrote for one of my most inspiring VTubers out there, Cleo IT. I wrote this for Cleo's birthday. Working on an article for a short film you wrote. Excellent. Was this like press copy that you were working on? Or were you working on something else, like an analysis? I will confess to being kind of a slow writer today because my head. This is giving me a really weird headache. Oh, thank you to the anonymous who gave 1 month to Pro Stoic. That's very kind of you. Pro Stoic, enjoy your dance. Enjoy your dance. But also for the raiders, for textual and other raiders, obviously, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Please feel free to do so. You are absolutely welcome to do so at any time. I know that I tend to raid out when I am tired and hungry. So I don't tend to stick around super duper long after I raid out. More analysis and speaking of my experience winning a prompt writing competition. Oh, interesting. That is an interesting experience. I have never... I think that writing a script writing a film script would be genuinely one of the toughest things you could subject me to. I find writing dialogue incredibly challenging. I write a fair amount in my life, but dialogue is largely outside of my skill set. Dialogue is extremely difficult for me. Wrote it in story format. He adapted his script. Fair enough. I'm ultimately just not a fiction writer. I write a fair amount of nonfiction in my life. I read a fair amount of nonfiction. I get published for a couple of other formats, but I do write a fair amount of expository nonfiction, and it's like dialogue and character writing is like so different. It's such a different skill set. It is so different. I know how to write in my voice, and I know how to vary my voice enough to mess with people, right? To really get like a hard punch in. I know how to like do that. But I love that. I am the rare nonfiction reader. So you have my attention. You have my attention now. I do feel like people in Streamerverse are very firmly fiction oriented. We were discussing manga right before you got in here. And I am... Oh, my model is freaking out right there. I am very much a I prefer nonfiction when I get the chance. Let me follow you, dang it. The nonfiction that I read that's been like really weighing on my head is... there we go. Finally, let me follow you. The one that's been really like following me around is what I read at Offkai, which was Shattered Sword. Shattered Sword has really stuck with me. Shattered Sword is a very intense history of the Battle of Midway, focusing primarily on the logbooks from the Japanese carriers, from like the Hiryu and the Soryu and the Akagi. And it's very, very in-depth. It gets very, very into the details, and it's a kind of funny one in that all of this detail, it gets like, when I say detailed, we're talking about like individual fighter orders. It gets into questions of like arming caps on bombs, the differences between Japanese avgas fueling techniques versus American avgas fueling techniques. It's like super, super in-depth. And all of this amounts to calling one guy a liar. right? Like all of that evidence to call one guy a liar. It's really impressive how committed they are to calling Admiral Fuchida a liar. And it was a particularly funny one because a lot of the motivation to do so is that Fuchida wrote an account of the battle in the 1950s that became like the American canonical account of what the Japanese experienced at the Battle of Midway. And he lied. Like he did. It's like incontrovertible that he lied. And in the among Japanese historians, this is not controversial that he's a liar. By like the 70s or so, it was pretty accepted that Fuchida's account of the battle was nonsense, and that he had made it up to make himself look good. It was part of post-war, like, political positioning for him. And so, but Americans continued to use it because not a lot of other sources had been translated into English. So Fuchida's sources continue to be used, and the Japanese historians actually thought this was like quaint and ridiculous of the Americans to continue to use Fuchida after like 1970, 1980. But it was also a really good examination of the structural factors that led to the Japanese Navy having the particular types of weaknesses that they had. Sorry, just like wow, my hand. That led to the particular type of weaknesses the Japanese Navy had, which ranged in quality and quantity across quite a bunch of different factors. And I am a person who really likes talking about bureaucratic structures, right? I'm a sociology professor by training, and so I flat out I like Weber. I know that if Lux or Saf were here, they'd be like, "What's wrong with you?" Sorry, I like Weber. I think Weber has actual, genuinely useful insights to the present day. And so the question of the specific bureaucratic structures of the Imperial Japanese Navy in 1940, that some of them are specific to the Japanese Navy, and some of them are reflections of broader Japanese culture, and some of them, bluntly, some of them are reflections of the peculiar right-wing project that the IJN was part of, and that, you know, Japanese... Some people object to calling it fascism, but I think it's fair to call the Japanese government in the 1930s and 40s a fascist government. That this is part and parcel of the fascist project, these weaknesses that the IJN inherits. And that I think in the case of what happens at Midway, it causes them to take the problems and the defeats at Midway and compound them and make them far worse for the entire war effort. I don't know if there's anything that the Japanese Navy could have done, even going into Midway, that could have made the war winnable. But the decisions they made in the aftermath of the battle made their victory considerably more unlikely and their defeats considerably more total. In ways that, you know, all that they did was make certain members of the leadership of the IJN feel emotionally better. So that's kind of interesting. It's a really interesting history of all of these factors. Kaput, the end of the German miracle. I will take a look. I will take a look. I am currently reading The Cheese and the Worms very slowly. I need to get back to reading the Slinger's history that I have. One of these days, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, I'll complete that Ptolemaic operational history. I also need to organize my reading suggestions better. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So the thing that I actually do like economic history. I tend to focus on older stuff as a rule. I still need to read Wages of Destruction. That's one of those ones I act like I've read, but I actually haven't. Worked in the tea industry for years. I do think that the story of the industrial sabotage that produced the British tea industry is really fascinating. Also, we're about to get hit with ads. I was not smart enough to run us into ads on my own cognizance. When the ads start, I will move us over to the fan art screen because I am an old man and I need to use the bathroom and drink more water and stuff pretty much on the hour. So it's a nice little convenient time for me. Come on, ads. Start soon. Also, I did Pro Stoke didn't see it, but check out my dance. Check out my dance emote. I think you're gonna like it. I think you're gonna like it. It's a good one. Okay, ads are here. Hello. It took me a second there. Yeah. The dance and the pop, the dance and the burst are pretty popular. I am personally a very big fan of Tank, and Sock are two that I'm a big fan of. Also, I should give a shout out to George. George is the one who is responsible for the dance emote, the burst emote, and a couple of them. Yeah, Rooibos is mine. I am not good at handling caffeine. If I was better at handling caffeine, it might be oolong. But caffeine tends to... I'm pretty caffeine vulnerable, so even like a single cup of tea tends to be enough caffeine to just like give me a headache. Without very much effort. Oh. That said, I have already given myself a headache while we've been here. So, lol. I love oolong. I have not tried the trendy red lattes. No. Lattes were never my favorite, even before I was vegan. I run Rooibos through an espresso grind? What does that mean? I'm a little bit ignorant here. I just kind of use bags or loosely. And I tend to have pretty pure teas. So is it like a matcha? It's like a Rooibos matcha? They make it like an espresso. Never even occurred to me. To do that. Because I never do coffee. I genuinely really dislike the taste of coffee. It's very un-American of me, but I just really don't like the flavor or even smell of coffee. So, like, I don't even know what it means to do things espresso style. Basically a dessert drink. Oh, no. It's the one thing? Wow, I feel like I have many vices. I feel like I have many vices. They're just very cheap and unremarkable. Like fresh baked bread. There we go, that's better. Chinese buffet is a pretty good one. Theme parks, Dippin' Dots, that's fair. Yeah, so like if you do Rooibos like that, is that... You say it's prepared like an espresso, but that doesn't mean very much to me because I've never had an espresso. I've had 3 coffees in my life and I've regretted every single one of them. I'm not even sure I've actually even had 3. I may have had less than that. Like, where is it relative to a matcha? That's what because that's what my first mind went to. Matcha, the whole leaf being consumed. Oh, interesting. Oh. So high pressure. Okay, huh. 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 Alright, I thought matcha was you used a powder and you whipped it in. So I guess like the pressure's definitely a difference. No, that's very cool textual. Yes, yes, yes. No, I know you end up drinking the leaves in the matcha. Yeah. Which I already have enough trouble with just regular green tea. Um Nope. Oh, Rinnies! Rinnies! Welcome in, Rinnies. Welcome in, Rinnies. My name for the Raiders is Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Hold on a second here. I also, thank you for the reminder. I also need to... I need, because I rated into myself, so I need to remember to do that as well. Arcane Memory, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I think I've seen you around, Arcane. Also, Regenerative, that is correct. That is correct. Thank you, Regenerative. And hello, Strawberry Hun, and Arcane Memory, and Gointy, and Osleria, and I did say Regenerative. And Tim Shellshow again. Hello, hello, hello. And Gointy, thank you for the 3 months to Arcane Memory. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you're here twice. I'm here twice now. I am here twice now. It's very disorienting. It's very disorienting. For the Raiders, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I mostly am a, oh my goodness. I have given myself an extreme headache, folks. You must understand. I am giving myself a real headache here. I am a calligrapher, and I paint miniatures, and I talk about history. That is what I do. My right hand hurts a little bit. No, Tim Shellshow, it's fine. Tim Shellshow, it's fine. I'm about to explain why I have a headache, because it's funny. My right hand has a bit of a repetitive stress injury. I just took off the brace because it was getting a little bit sweaty and needed to breathe a little bit. So I'm not writing with my right hand. This, if you are reading, if you can read this and it doesn't give you a headache, I don't know what's wrong with you. Because I am writing like this and it is very disorienting. This is my left hand. This is my left hand handwriting. This is my right hand. This is my right hand. Yeah, this is the Sinister stream. This is the Sinister stream. This is the Sinister. We're doing Sinister calligraphy. Do you notice that there's something strange about the comparison between these two letters? I may as well, I've got infinite channel points. Sammy, you're not noticing the much more insane part about this. That's the part that's crazy. I feel crazy. I feel insane. I feel really insane when I first pulled it off. I feel... So the answer is that I have been practicing my left-hand handwriting for a couple of days, and it turns out that pushing a pen sucks. Sorry to all of the lefties in the world, I should never have doubted your game. Pushing a pen sucks. It feels horrible. Pulling a pen feels fine. So even if I am having to write backwards and completely rewire how my brain works, it is absolutely a headache, but it is better. It is better. I remember the specific moment, and I should go back through the VOD because this was just yesterday, to get to the specific moment where I did this. Because again, this is backwards, right? This is backwards. This is my left hand. 90A1502, thank you for the follow. There's a specific moment where I was like, wait a second, I can just flip this in OBS. I can just flip this in OBS. And then I was like, oh my god, I can read it. I can read the stuff that I've been writing. I feel high. Like, I feel high. And Tim Shelso, and yes, you are here. You are here. Tim Shelso already did an ASMR redeem. Strawberry Hun, thank you for the follow. Also, did Rinnie's leave? Did Rinnie's leave? Oh, and I'm Almond. And I'm Almond. But yes. I need to be letting my right hand, my actual right hand, rest. Oh, and I'm tall. Tallmond to us. Hold on, folks. Brace for impact a little bit here. Brace for impact a little bit. Rinnies. I hope you're listening, Rinnies. No. Okay. Alright. I'll let you go. Rinnies, I haven't even gone for it yet. Rinnies, you're going to get it for free. Yeah, I've been, Rinnies is a good friend. Rinnies is a good friend, and also it's really funny. But it looks like she doesn't want it, so she's not getting it. Oh. Wait, I'm the one who redeemed this reverse, so I'm gonna put it back to normal. Okay, we're back to normal. This feels so cool to me. I'm not gonna lie. I cannot lie. This feels so cool. Working with the marker is a little bit more challenging than working with a steel pen. The reason why I'm not working with steel pens right now is because I am writing on Amazon Basics office paper. The steel pens will just shred this. So, I'm using my markers. Gotta pick yourself up off the floor. Rinnies, I didn't even do anything. That's true. That's true, Blue. I do need that. I do need that. The thing that I have been doing as a way to tell people which way is correct is to hold it like this. I also kind of have to relay that I like having the power of the ASMR. I don't use it super often. I mean, I've got the redeems available, but I don't use it super often. I've only done one true ASMR stream. But the person who I think about the most on this is my dear friend Inari, who's... Oh, she's done. She was playing Peak earlier. I love Inari. And when I did ASMR voice at her in real life, she literally dodge rolled across the ground. She literally did like a full like body throw duck and roll. It was deeply funny to me. Yeah, she just fully tried to iframe out of it. Yeah, I'm so amused by it. Okay. My U's are a little bit indistinct. Oh, God, I've got to do two P's here. All right. Oh, Ink Maven, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Rennie's obviously, and other raiders, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I know that I tend to raid out when I am tired and sometimes even cold, but often hungry. I was not cold today. No, not today. Not today. Today I was fine. We'll see, Lurker. Oh, thank you, Ink Maven. Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, I am self-conscious about the quality that I am pulling off today. I know that everybody's saying not to be, but you know. It is a funny party trick. It is a funny party trick. Doing any calligraphy is already a funny enough party trick, right? I carry around... When I go to parties, I tend to carry this pen with me and a couple of labels for that purpose, because it's funny. It's a funny trick. Pro Stoic, it was a pleasure meeting you. It was a pleasure having you here. I look forward to being able to catch some of your streams when you're available. But have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Blow everyone else's socks off. I will say that I am kind of at the point where I realize that I can, it's actually just kind of annoying at a certain point to just hot dog on people all the time with your professional skill. Like, there's a point where it's cool. There's an extent to which it's cool, and there's an extent to which you're just being a jerk. And so I can say, Ink Maven, well, this is actually how I got the repetitive stress injury, right? Let me pull this up. Where did I put it? I may as well put it on the brace again after I grab this. Yeah, there it is. Well, it was from Offkai. It was from Offkai. You know, I was at Offkai, and I would do calligraphy on people's cards, like while they were wearing them. Like I was holding it in my hand up like this and just like writing on it. It was just horrible posture, right? That's what happened. That is what happened. So my posture was just horrendous. And so that's how I got the injury. This is a sticker, but like I didn't always have a writing surface to work on. If I had been smart, I would have stuck to doing it at tables, but I wasn't. I got cocky because I've never had a repetitive stress injury before. And so that's what happened, right? Yeah. And it took me a little bit of time to notice this was happening. Millennial_Echo, thank you for the follow. Even a clipboard is still not going to be good, right? Like a clipboard's still fundamentally going to be the same thing. It's the lack of like having a stabilization point for the elbow is like the big element. And I think if I go to Offkai again, I will, like, this is a lesson learned. This is a lesson learned. Right. So there we go. Oh, it's a pleasure to have you, though. Don't worry about it. Sometimes people just find me, right? It's not a big deal. I don't know if you found me via... Sometimes the Twitch algorithm serves people to me. Sometimes you get rated in through odds and ends. Sometimes people find me from the socials. Probably raid. Okay, that makes sense. Yes. Yes. And ended up here. I think Arcane, if I'm understanding the Arcane probably rated into, I think Arcane rated into Rinnie's, and then Rinnie's rated into me. It's probably how you wound up here. I think, because Arcane, I don't think directly rated into me, if I'm checking my logs correctly. But me and Arcane have been in each other's streams a few times before. So, but viewers. This is an annoying calligraphy problem to find myself in. Thank you. Thank you. I am very willing to disclaim any success or compliments. I tend to think that I am a very average, typical guy, and I get uncomfortable with lots of compliments, but I do think I am pretty patient. I don't know, I feel average. I feel like I'm just kind of a guy. Kind of an old guy. I'm older than average, I'll accept that. But yeah, I do think I'm patient. I do think patience is a strength of mine. Dishing out the compliments, but you can't take them. True! True! That is accurate. That is fully accurate. Stretching out the biceps a little bit. This definitely uses a bunch of muscles that I'm not used to using. Because I've done, I work out, but like this is a lot of fine. I don't do nearly as much fine motor control stuff with my left arm, and so like there's like hits happening on my there are hits happening to like my ulnar nerves. All right. Yeah. Why not? Why aren't they? No, you're fine, Millennial. You're fine, Millennial. It's fine. It's fine. If I'm actually uncomfortable, I'll tell you. I'm not actually uncomfortable. I am just saying my piece. I'm just saying that. Yeah, no. Me and Nate are friends, and me and Nate are friends anyway. Don't worry about it. So that's like not a problem. I'm just trying to figure out what I write next. My head. I've seen the character concepts. I think they look really cool. I'm enthusiastic about that element of it. I don't know much else. I do know that they actually have a set number of seasons in advance, which makes me feel a lot more hopeful, because that was the biggest problem with Korra, to my mind. I don't think it's like the biggest like artistic problem with Korra, right? But I do think that the artistic problems are largely downstream. And Millennial Echo, it's not a problem at all. Millennial Echo takes like no time to say at all. If anything, I'm already being more of a cheapskate than I usually am. I am kind of infamous, Millennial_Echo, for reading out people's names extremely literally, because I think it's very amusing. I enjoy it. It's, yeah, Tim Shellshow, for example. Tim Shellshow. And he hasn't been around in a minute because I changed my stream time. I used to be an afternoon streamer, but it was interfering with other parts of my life too much, so I changed to being a night streamer. And my one of my regulars, I hope he's doing okay, is X_A_N_A_D_U_. And it always amused me to pronounce it that way. And of course, there was very infamously for a while, there was Uwu Owosnagi Waginyanya. And I always tried to pronounce that in full every time. He changed his name back to Tohu Vavahu. But I did enjoy that. Gotta take a big ol' yawn there. There we go. Hold on. Tohu got changed to Jehovah in the auto captions. I am... Woof. Woof. Of all of the people, of all of the names to get changed to, oh my goodness, that's dreadful. Woof. Tohu Vavo, who is Jewish, and Tohu Vavo, whose name is derived from Jewish things, so you kind of not to say that you in Jewish culture you're not really supposed to say the Tetragrammaton out loud. It's a bit of a no-no. There we go. All right, Millennial_Echo. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. I appreciate anybody who takes the time to take a moment, watch my streams, talk to me. And of course, obviously, any of the lurkers and VOD watchers, I don't feel remotely bad. I know that there are folks who like to listen to me for falling asleep or for co-working. I appreciate that anyway. That's lovely. That's still helpful. That's still helpful. It's any attention is appreciated, whether it's silent or loud. Though I have admittedly put a little bit of a cap on how loud y'all are allowed to be. On continuing momentum, I guess it kind of depends on what you feel like is the momentum that you have, right? I feel like that's kind of the open question. If you feel like you're on a streak of being on good streams or of viewer growth, like those are kind of different questions. I can say that from my own perspective, viewer growth is something I feel very ignorant on. I feel very naive. I just kind of try to make the best streams that I can. And try to keep myself from getting burned out. That's kind of about my perspective on it, is I just try to be consistent and try to produce the best streams I can. And I don't know if I genuinely don't know if I'm doing that. I hope I'm doing that. But like, I don't really know much about actually growing. I would say my biggest thing about affiliate is take advantage of the fact that you can now make emotes. That's the biggest thing I would say. Like now you can have your own emotes, Tim Shilso. So I would recommend taking advantage of that to the best of your ability. I see. So yeah, I would say there's that. But other than that, I don't really know what would super much make a difference. Yeah, that definitely helps. That definitely helps. Okay, hold on a second. I'm fooling around a little bit with my camera. There we go. That's probably the best I'm gonna get. Something with the eyes is not making me happy. Is not sparking joy. I need to not look at my model. Not right now. This is not a pangram. This is not a pangram at all. I tend to warm up with pangrams. But right now I'm just writing some things. Right? I'm just writing some things I believe are true. Yeah, I haven't really been doing lipograms. I've memorized a couple of pangrams. Those tend to be my practice. Basically, every time I get started, every time when I warm up for stream, every time. But that's not like the only way I practice. I tend to. I mean, right now I'm just like trying to not die, I guess. But yeah, I'm just writing some things that I'm thinking, right? Oh. That was a bad F right there. Hold up. There we go. Hold on. Gotta move my paper a little bit. There we go. That's much better. Hello, Onirin. Hello, Onirin. I mean, Vobrin, there's a flip. If you wanna, there's a flip to make it easier to read. Nah, trial by fire. Fair, fair. I understand. I understand. Far be it from me to criticize somebody for doing things the hard way, right? Yeah, we're all picking up new skills to the screen. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Exactly. So now I'm not known for saying thank you or being appreciative. Gratitude, definitely not part of my branding or style. Yeah, think about what the word I want to use here is. I think I want to use EN here. Oop. Hit my lights. Really badass right there. Hold on. Woof. Lol. Messed up on the end there, but it's okay. It's okay. This is a credible W. It's also an M, but that's Gothic, baby. Oh, Tim Cheshel, have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well, my dude. It was lovely having you here. Oh. I'm gonna let this sit here for a minute. The light around a little bit. And just kind of let my arm rest for a few minutes. Oh, I might even run the ads a little bit early because ads are coming in 5. Let's let myself relax here a little bit. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask Onirin if you're still here. How's the Donathon going? The Dinothon going? How's the Dinothon going? Last I saw is somewhere in the. You said you're in the home stretch, I think. Last I heard. Oh. Gotta massage that bicep and the tricep. Holy moly. Holy moly. That's a lot. Oh. Literally doing that, like, fingers to temples, like the fingers. I'm literally doing like the fingers on my temples right now. This is I literally write faster than I can read it. I literally write this faster. I literally write and I literally write this more reliably and quickly than I can read it. That's crazy. Oh, I've always been a person who like I've really relied a lot on like mechanical. Yeah, it's different parts of the brain, but I've always relied very heavily on productive experience for memorization. I've never been very good at passive learning. My experience learning, math and Japanese have always involved lots and lots of writing things. And I guess this also does kind of emphasize part of why I give the kinds of advice that I give. When people ask me for streaming advice, my main piece of streaming advice is start streaming. That's my main thing. Like if you are curious about streaming and you're wondering if you'll like it, just start. Just start. You don't worry about getting like a brand toolkit set up. Don't get an expensive Live 2D. Don't get full overlays. Figure out how OBS works. Figure out how a chat plugin works. You don't even need a model, I don't think, but if you really feel like you do, you can use Vroid. You can make a PNG tuber. You can pay for a PNG tuber, and that's actually going to be pretty good, but get yourself in front of the camera ASAP. Hit that go live button ASAP. And it's the same thing with writing, right? I do not ever recommend that people start by writing mega novels. I think that's the worst thing you can do. I think if you're interested in writing, start by writing short stories, start by writing essays, start by writing even just exercises, right? Like get an exercise book of writing exercises, like Steering the Craft, I like a lot. Steering the Craft and The Craft of Research are the two that I really like. And get on it. Do it. Do it. All right. Okay. We're going into ads. I will see how I feel when I am back from ads, but enjoy the fan art gallery if you are subscribed, and if you are not, suffer. I am back. I am back. Shark Ray. I forget what you were asking about. What you mean by the just like get working? Yeah, just get working and don't over prepare. Yeah, yeah. I think that's as well. Drawing is something I actually don't know very much about. Uh, I've probably done more drawing in the last week than I've done in most years. Uh, but yeah, don't open up with you are going to do a Sistine Chapel-esque mega project. Open up with, draw a person, right? That's what I mean, right? Yeah. Uh, oh. Yeah, I mean, people, yeah. I 60,000 words. I think I've written a few things that are over 60,000. Um, I don't think I've written any like true monographs. Uh, of course, I mean it's all, what do you call it? And I'm like an all electronic. My writing's largely electronic, so. What do I write next? 180,000 is just a merely a long book. It's not an upsettingly long book. Wandering In's 10 million words, and I have no idea where it is. Well, and I mean, what's your goal with drawing, right? What's your goal? I am trying to get my calligraphy good enough that I can feel comfortable selling it. Drawing and mirror writing and calligraphy and miniatures painting are just kind of fun things to keep my keep myself kind of busy, right? To keep myself like active and stimulated and doing things that keep me learning, right? Uh uh yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Uh that happens to a lot of us. That happens to a lot of us. Let's see, who did we get today? Okay. Forearm. Mm-mm. I mean, myself as a writer, I tend to spend more time editing than making copy, right? Let's try to get a hairline that looks decent up here. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Interestingly, I don't feel like I derive a lot of satisfaction from the oh, thank you, Blue. I don't feel like I derive a lot of satisfaction from completion. I'm very process focused. I'm a very, very process focused guy. So I mean, different people have different ways on this, right? Different people have different feelings about this kind of issue. And I think most people derive satisfaction from finishing things. I think I am unusual in that I get much less out of it than I think most people do. Which I understand is a symptom of the peculiar kind of depression that I have, right? It's a depression symptom, as far as I can tell for myself. Yeah, that's also true. I've got some things that I'm working on where it's just like I just want it to be done because it's taking up cognitive space. It's distracting. I do get that. Okay, and bees are tricky at the best of times. There we go. Okay, that end was really smooth and good. The lasagna's kicking your ass? What do you mean? Oh yeah, decision paralysis is a big thing. Yeah. How is this lasagna kicking your ass? What does this mean? I can't believe our cat has been laid low by lasagna. You know what that means? You have to give your lasagna to others. I haven't made lasagna in a while. Oof, that's a rough A. I don't know about that. I mean, to me, it's a baked pasta dish, right? It's a baked pasta dish. And for ricotta, vegan ricotta is really easy and reliable. That's like of all of the cheese problems that you can have as a vegan, ricotta is like the zero. Ricotta is like a zero. Strangers count as others, of which there are none. Feed it to the server. Feed it to the server rack. Yeah, 2:30 a.m. Me, I guess, who's not going to eat it because it's probably not vegan. Into their Kyle counterparts. Surely that counts as me. When I make lasagnas, I tend to make them pretty simple. Most of the work is making a marinara. Because I like to make my own marinara. So, make my own marinara, and that takes a couple days. And then, I've got the marinara, and then I put it, I do the layers of vegan ricotta, which again, trivial. Vegan ricotta is trivial. Spinach is my big one. Spinach and marinara. And to me, that's a pretty good lasagna. It does fall apart really fast. It does not, as a rule, Shark Ray. It does not. The process is what matters, not the chemistry, not the chemicals. Oh, I'm sock. Transfigure a cow. Oh. Regenerative, I will pull another one for you for free, because that's not a good one. That one should be deleted. Let me pull a quote. Yeah, that means I probably hit add, no, that's add a quote. Oh, someone must have added a quote. That was testing. There we go. There we go. Let me... You have convinced me, though, to go over here. Where is... It's not under actions. Mr. I don't drink caffeine. I mean, it was... yeah, I was probably playing Payday, or talking about Payday. I love Payday. I've played so much Payday. Where's quotes? Delete 18. And delete 20. Oh, it was Monster Prom. It was Monster Prom. I was playing Monster Prom. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. It was probably even Polly, yeah. I'm from the ethics side. I am from the ethics side, Shark Ray. So it would have to basically be a human, right? Like, consent is the important part here. If there was some other type of animal that could meaningfully give consent, that's an interesting philosophical question in general. That's an interesting philosophical question in general. I put Rainey's way too far to the right. This was a plot point in Restaurant at the End of the Universe. Literally was a plot point in Restaurant at the End of the Universe. So it wasn't milk. It was like that. It was meat. It was like it was a cow that was into vor. Which was intensely disturbing, and that was textual. All right, I may as well put a heart there. So these were tonight's raiders. Oh. Oh my god, that's actually like really disorienting to even look at. Wow. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Well, what happens with chickens is that the chickens kind of need to eat the eggs again. Like those eggs are like a serious caloric investment for them. So, you know, they kind of need it back. That's what happens with the unfertilized eggs. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. We can't even ask them in an intelligent fashion. We don't need to do the veganism debate right now. This is, yeah, it's the veganism debate's not actually all that interesting or fun. There's a reason I don't really hang out with too many of them. Okay, hold on. Let me kill that. And make the schedule a little bit bigger. Yeah, okay. Tonight we did not do Deltarune. We did not actually do Deltarune. I thought this was more fun. There are my socials. Tomorrow is a movie night. We are doing time loop movies. We are doing Run, Lola Run, and Palm Springs. I am very excited. I haven't watched Run, Lola Run in like 20-something years. Palm Springs is much more recent. Palm Springs I really like. I really like Palm Springs. And if anybody happens to be an old head here, you may recognize that symbol next to for the movie night, because it's a very funny one. Thursday. Oh, hello, Tilted Over. Thursday. We are going to be playing King of Dragon Pass Democracy Style. This is one of my favorite gaming things to do on the planet. This is arguably a reward for the subathon, for the more recent subathon. So we have started this game before. This will be a continuation of a game we had already been playing. I cannot describe to you how cool King of Dragon Pass is. If you are not familiar with it, which you probably are not, because I'm the only person who talks about this game all that much, King of Dragon Pass is a... what do we even call it? It's a simulator where you play as the tribal consensus of the leadership consensus of a clan of Bronze Age Vikings, Bronze Age magical Vikings. You do, it's so strange. You do such odd things in it. You have... yeah, they're sentient duck people. This picture is one of my favorite pieces of art from. There's no animations in the game. It is all done by watercolor. You mostly do the game as a series of like legal decisions, right? People from your clan come to you with problems and you solve them. And these problems range from how nice do I need to be to the ducks to there are vampires trying to kill us, to we're getting a divorce and one of the partners in the divorce is having an unreasonable approach to what is the proper settlement of the divorce. The boundaries, two farmers are having a dispute over where the boundary stones are. The sheep farmers and the cow farmers are mad at each other over prestige, and all this stuff matters. All this stuff matters. It's such a strange game. It is a universe where fucking around and getting drunk and womanizing literally gives you the power to fly and shoot lightning. It's amazing, Kango. It's amazing. It's the most anthropologically interesting game of all time. Being good at video games makes you bad at the game. It rules. Yeah, just like real life. Just like real life. Yeah, the person who I know is the best at video games of all of the people I know, he fails at it so badly. He fails at it so badly. And a person I am friends with who was the first video game she ever played in her life, won on her first try. So, folks, the person I was going to raid ended their stream. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to let my head reset because oh my goodness. I'm trying to figure out who to raid. Yeah, being a gamer is a debuff. No. This is a game where being good at it comes from understanding the internal psychological logic of being the kind of person where the concept of prison can be defeated by rapping. Where the most important rules are you can change traditions. Yeah. Regenerative. Yes, that's a thing in King of Dragon Pass. The physical embodiment of the prison industrial complex can be defeated by rapping. It's an actual game mechanic. I cannot emphasize to you enough how literal I am being here. I cannot emphasize to you enough how much that is just true. Like, I cannot emphasize to you enough that is just a thing that is in the game. The physical embodiment of the concept of prisons can also be defeated with a net and with a lawsuit. There's a non-particularly important event where your enemies hire ghost mercenaries to haunt your tribe. And one of the weapons that you can use against them is to hire them to haunt at a higher price to haunt the people who hired the ghost in the first place. Another option is to find a loophole in their legal contract and void their legal contract. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. I am selling people on. No, this is dead serious. This is deadly serious. I am because it's Thursday. It's Thursday. This game's regenerative. This game is so serious. It's so amazing. It's so good, guys. It's so good. It's my favorite game of all time. I'm going to do a refresh and just take a quick look around. I think I am... What are folks feeling for a raid target? Special events or peak or blueprints? Blueprints? Okay, we'll go with blueprints. We'll be raiding my friend Eldra Echo. That's probably the most calm one to go to. I need to make... I always need to remember to do this one first. You know, I'm going to use tank. I use tank. Okay, these are our raid messages. Be nice to Eldra. Again, this is the Discord. Movie night tomorrow is time loops. I have a horrible headache. Not a horrible headache. I do have a headache. I need to let my intellectual muscles recover after that. I need to get some rest. Hopefully by this time next week, I will be able to use my right hand again. I am curious. I have been taking ibuprofen. That is why hydrate is disabled, is because of the ibuprofen. I am going to try to figure out how to do mirror writing into my regular streaming content, because I think this rules. I love you all. I'm going to try to get some rest. Have a good night.